pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Hey, we have Trustee Gallup-Moore will be here, but she's in traffic, and I think our student trustee will be here later, and it's his birthday, and we'll celebrate him when he gets back. We're being at a board meeting on his birthday. Can't say I've done that. Well, welcome everybody, and we are going to take one item out of order later in the agenda, which is after communications. We'll take item 11.1, the Cliff Drive Vision Zero project, before our bond section. Next, we're going to go into longevity recognitions, and we have today 80 years of service to celebrate. So thank you all. So I'll read everyone's names, and then we have one employee who is here today. But we have Lorena Lopez for 10 years as a student program advisor, Nina Grimison, 10 years as a laboratory technician assistant, Christy Pula, 10 years as a student success coordinator, Brenda Shirless, 10 years as a student health practitioner, Mark Zolezi, 10 years as a buyer, and Nicholas Medina, 30 years as a maintenance specialist. So let's give them all a round of applause. And now we have Christina here to present for Lorena.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christina Gerena, Dean of Student Affairs, and I'm honored to recognize Lorena Cisneros Lopez's incredible journey and contributions at Santa Barbara City College. Over the past 10 years, Lorena has worn many hats, literally across our campus. She began as an hourly worker in security, moved on to serve as a technician in financial aid, then became a student program advisor in the STEM transfer program, and most recently, a student program advisor in academic counseling. Through these roles, Lorena has exemplified professional growth, adaptability, and a commitment to learning. She has consistently pushed herself outside her comfort zone, taking on new challenges and gaining a deeper understanding of the college and our students. One of Lorena's most meaningful moments came while working in financial aid when she helped and reassured an exasperated, struggling student. That student's life quickly turned around, and today they are a long-term employee here at SBCC. This story illustrates what Lorena embodies so well, that every single interaction with a student counts and has the power to change lives. Lorena is a true change maker. We are so lucky to have her in our community. On behalf of academic counseling and as her direct supervisor, I want to honor Lorena's hard work, student-centered spirit, and 10 years of dedicated service to SBCC. Congratulations.
We do have the other two folks in here. So Nina, come on down. Give you your.
Hey, thank you. It's always good to celebrate our longevity here. We have a lot of it. So it's a big strength of ours. Next, we'll go into our closed session, and we do have 4 items under closed session today. 4.3, employee dismissal, discipline release, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, conference with labor negotiator, faculty association, and evaluation of superintendent president. And we have one public comment on item 4.3, so we can take that right now.
Hello, my name is Anna Garcia, and first I want to speak to my colleagues who are suffering in silence. We need your voices. At the board retreat on Monday, the 18th, there were inquiries by a board member about whether the culture at SBCC is a real problem or whether it's just a few of us, me and Chelsea, who are planting this narrative. Many of you have reached out to us for support, and now we ask you to share your experience of the current campus culture. You can speak at the board, or you can send an email from personal emails if you would like. They need to hear from us more to understand the despair that many of us are experiencing while working at SBCC. Feel the fear and do it anyway. We must show up in solidarity if we want a chance at restoring any semblance of a safe working environment for all of us and a safe learning environment for our students. Now, regarding the item of the public employee dismissal, discipline, or release, my concern is not about the individual because I have no idea who this is about. I'm speaking about the process this college is using when administrators decide who gets to be put forth for discipline and termination. Right now, those processes do not appear transparent or consistent. According to the EEO certification that you have on your agenda today for approval, 6 discrimination complaints were filed last year. Only 2 were partially sustained and 4 remain unresolved. That is not a picture of a healthy or fair system. It suggests that concerns are not being addressed in a timely or equitable manner. At this time, employees across campus describe a culture of retaliation and fear. People know that if they speak up about bias, policy violations, or abuse, they risk being problematized, sidelined, or ultimately forced out. When dismissals and disciplinary actions come forward under those conditions, how can we trust that the process is fair and not another tool of retaliation? EEO law is clear. Institutions must monitor and remedy adverse impact in employment decisions. Yet, as noted in the plan attached to this meeting agenda in item 9.4, it was heavy on the checkboxes and quote conversations and light on any outcomes. If unresolved discrimination cases remain open while new dismissals are pushed through, that raises serious questions about whether discipline is being used to silence rather than to uphold accountability. I urge the board to ask direct questions. What processes are administrators using to determine who should be put forth for dismissal or discipline? How are those processes documented, reviewed, and monitored for bias and retaliation? And how do they connect to the EEO obligations that this district is required by law to meet? You cannot separate personnel decisions from the larger cultural impacts on this campus. Until retaliation is addressed and until a complaint process is transparent, timely, and dismissals and disciplinary actions will continue to raise questions about fairness. For the sake of equity, accountability, and trust, and the 2019 settlement with Rayanne Napoleon, I urge you to look closely at not just the recommendations before you, but process and culture behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will adjourn to closed session and we'll return at 5:30 time certain. Right, everybody. Right on time, pretty much. 5:31. We're back to calling back to order. And on item 4.3, we do have a report out, which is there was a motion to uphold the board decision on the appeals. The first on the motion was trustee Morris and the second was trustee Stoddard, and the motion passed unanimously. And for the rest of the items on the closed session, there was nothing to report. Now we're going to go back into our approval of going back to item 5, general public comment. And I believe we have Ellen Carey on Zoom for general public comment.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for hearing my public comment. And hello to everyone. I have not met all of the new board members, newer ones. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm one of the full-time library faculty, and this will be my 15th year at SBCC. And I love the first week of the semester, as overwhelming and chaotic as it is. I love how busy we are in the library when we're helping a lot of students with a lot of non-library related questions, helping them navigate their first days on campus. And their enthusiasm is really infectious. And like many faculty, I also try to start each new academic year with enthusiasm. I have tried to consider my priorities and goals for my teaching, professional growth, and contributions to SBCC as a whole for the upcoming year. But in recent years, it's become increasingly difficult for me and also for other faculty to muster the level of enthusiasm we used to have when it comes to contributing to SBCC beyond our own classrooms. And many of us increasingly feel that our contributions and expertise are not welcomed or valued, and that we may even be retaliated against for our efforts to improve SBCC. So I wanted to share this concern with the board, and also with our accreditation midterm report on the horizon. I wanted to remind us of some specific accreditation standards, as well as some of our own core principles. So I'm not going to read them all, but I'll just want to highlight standard 2, which is student success, 3, which is infrastructure and resources, and 4, which is governance and decision making. And I wanted to quote a couple things from our core principles, which are intended, and this is a quote, to guide all aspects of instruction, organization, and innovation. Our core principles include, also quoting, student-centered policies, practices, and programs, participatory governance, and a psychologically and physically supportive environment. I don't think we're living up to these standards or our own core principles. Over the past few years, I've seen morale among faculty and staff utterly tank as participatory governance is eroded, campus culture becomes increasingly less psychologically supportive, and many college practices become less student-centered. I've spoken with many other faculty members this week, and I was the one who was voluntold to make this comment, or sort of voluntold myself. I think it shouldn't come as a surprise to you that there are faculty who feel the things that I'm respecting or expressing, but don't feel comfortable speaking for themselves because they fear retaliation, or they hold leadership positions and feel that those positions will be compromised if they share from their heart. So with permission, I'm going to share some quotes. I have 4 quotes from faculty members. The first one is, "I'm not doing anything extra this year. I'm just going to teach my classes and keep my head down." Number 2, "Whoever's idea it was to ban dogs from the buildings has clearly never seen the joy on a student's face when they encounter my dog, and has never experienced the instant connection and the presence a dog allows one of us to make with a student. Banning dogs from buildings is like chopping down all the trees because one branch could fall on someone." The third one, "The campus is dilapidated and run down. We have buildings that haven't been washed in 20 years. They have bird poop on the railings. The road is in need of repair. We have abandoned coffee shacks and burrito shacks. I recognize that fixing these problems cost money, but we have the money to pay more VPs and managers than staff, and we have what seems like infinite funds for consultants. And finally, the last comment, which really struck me, so I just really ask you to listen, especially to the last line of this one. It seems like when money is tight, the thing you do is invest in whatever resources you have, and the resources we have are our people. I don't know of anybody on this campus who feels like they are being invested in. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I don't believe we have anyone else for general public comment, so we will go next to approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move approval.
Second?
Second.
I didn't hear who was the second. Trustee Trustee Stoddard. Trustee Gillipmore, you have a question?
Could I make a recommendation that, how we have it when, I didn't bring I left my notes at home, but where we talk about, the various, areas of people when they make their report out, it says report provided by said person. Can we do the same thing for when, we provide our reports? Like trustee Gillipmore, report, our policy subcommittee.
It does say that.
But can it look the same way as it does up above for, say, for instance, when FA and Senate, and Academic Senate, when they report out, the same kind of language?
I'm sorry, but like it has more information for what the board members reported out than those people. It says in the minutes right now, 7.2 report from AS, Samuel Gustafson. And then in number 10.1, Trustee Gillipmore reported on legislative issues impacting students. So they're already giving more
I
detail.
think I just was looking at how it just looked really clean on how theirs was like listed and it was all similar, but.
I mean, if we
okay.
want to remove the details, we can. I thought the details
It's
make it
fine.
look like
It's
it shows what we're up to.
And then I think I also provided a report on our, because that one talks about legislative updates. I believe I also gave a update about our policy subcommittee.
Okay, we can change that. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes? Or is that a friendly change to people, to those who made the motion?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. If you're voting yes on the minutes, then vote yes.
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 Voting no, abstaining, I vote yes too. All right, we'll go to communications, report from AS. Do we have?
Sam should be here in about 10 minutes,
Okay,
give or
well,
take.
he'll
if
go
we can
next.
Table that.
Yeah, academic senate's next.
Good evening, Board President Jonathan Aboud, members of the board, Superintendent President Andrew Jonas. I have several updates to share with the board this evening. I did have a slide presentation.
We can wait for the slides.
that up.
so Give you a second. Oh, they don't seem to have it.
I think that we can manage.
Okay.
Regardless. Okay, so first on the list for our long-awaited, for the updates that I have to share with the board. First on the list, it's our transition to Banner 9. The Senate wishes to extend its thanks to our Director of the Office of Communications, Jordan Killebrew, for helping to coordinate this transition and for working to prepare the faculty for the new face and interface of My SBCC. We have included for our division meeting templates for in-service suggested discussions around the checklist of the beginning and end of semester tasks that the faculty must accomplish in Banner and to prepare trainings to help faculty navigate the Banner 9 updates. We hope this will eventually intersect with some of the technical updates long needed to help students navigate our schedule of classes and to help faculty help students add into our courses. Next up, an important topic of discussion following a more comprehensive training offered to and by Student Services. The Senate discussed what protocols we have in place for supporting our undocumented students in the event that law enforcement inquiries and searches should impact students on campus. Also shared was the listing of resources students can use to find support and legal representation. I appreciate VP Arnold's assistance in providing this information to the Senate. Next, The ASCCC answered our service request to bring in 2 guest speakers following our Senate delegates' attendance at the Summer Curriculum Institute. Dr. Eric Woodbury, Academic Senate President and Chemistry Professor at De Anza College, and Dr. Carlos Guerrero, LACC Chicanx Studies Professor and College of the Canyons Trustee, visited our campus to offer a State of AI presentation to provide context as to how AI is shaping instruction at the college level. We were looking for some guidance as to where to get started in preparing the campus for the wave of transformations that have come with AI. As a starting point, the Senate will turn its attention to AP 5550 on student integrity to update our academic integrity policies in a way that, 1, acknowledges AI and its potential for misuse, while at the same time also looking to update the process by which student disciplinary action is pursued in cases of AI misuse that requires faculty to be clear about what their expectations are about AI, restrictive, conditional, or openly embraced in the culture of the classroom. Today, as a follow-up, our faculty presented an in-service workshop on the value of a college education in the age of AI, where Justina Buller and Leda Tolentino provided a perspective on faculty and student use of AI that works to shift the focus on product-driven education to a recentered focus on process-driven learning and critical thinking. This is only the beginning and what I am certain will be a heightened focus for professional development. My thanks to Trustee Morris for attending with our faculty colleagues and seeing what conversations are taking place for us to maintain our role as educators in an age of AI. And also to Justina Buller and Leda Tolentino for bringing student testimonials forward about their concerns about AI and the prospects for major and career advancement in an increasingly AI-driven world. We are happy to be part of and invited to conversations with the ASCCC and others in the community college system. But I have maintained that our faculty have long been innovators in education. What we lack for in the way of updating our policies, we make up for in the classroom in trying to head up what changes are coming with AI. We are constantly trying to meet the challenges of AI from multiple disciplinary perspectives. And I'm convinced that while we are happy to attend professional development forums at conferences with colleagues like Rob Brown, Matt Mooney, Lori Vasquez, Kathy O'Connor, Tara Carter, Jenny Baxton, to name a few, guiding the discussion on innovating instruction with AI as a partner, we really should be leading these discussions, not merely attending them. On August 29, I will be meeting with Annie Guthrie, Chris Renbarger, Paloma Arnold, Chris Johnson, and Amy Collins to address longstanding issues that West Campus faculty have been bringing for years regarding noise disruptions to instruction and exams. I also made sure to bring this to Dr. Andrew Jonas's attention as well. We converse on this issue, and I think that we're in mutual agreement. This is something that we do have to address. We have no existing APs that currently address noise disruptions on campus, but I think that we need to pursue that, one, to be able to pursue a learning environment that is amenable to our students, while at the same time also understanding that some of the greatest features of this campus are the grounds themselves. Representing West Campus faculty, math faculty member Jamie Campbell will be sharing insights and decades-long observations about the realities our instructors and our students are facing when teaching and learning on West Campus. And last of my updates for this evening, in my continuing efforts to inform the board of what the faculty are doing to ensure student success, tonight I wanted to highlight recent achievements of the Medical Imaging Sciences Department, our radiography program. I am happy to report the department is saying that they have a 100% pass rate for its 2025 graduates on the American Registry of Radiologic Technologists National Board Examination, that is the ARRT. After years of working to overhaul its curriculum, hybridizing its instruction to offer flexible courses for students on the commute and working adults looking for their next career opportunity, SBCC's radiography department has fostered a regional relationship with Allen Hancock College, developing a pre-radiology certificate program. My thanks to Director Bruce Oda and Clinical Coordinator Israel Fonseca for their continued leadership of the Radiography Department and all of its instructors. The Radiography Department extends its regards and warm welcome to all members of the board and the foundation to visit the department's updated facilities following their recent lab renovation on the Cliff campus. Between radiography, our robust nursing program, and with our administration's commitment to our HIT faculty to launch SBCC's first fully online Bachelor's of Science degree in Health Information Management, with dual enrollment at SBCC opening up pathways to transfer, possible partnerships with Cal State Long Beach, and a pipeline to future master's level studies, I foresee SBCC becoming a major regional hub for healthcare and healthcare administration. A recent poll shows that 90% of students in HIT are interested in the bachelor's degree in Health Information Management. My thanks to Dr. Lynette Williamson and Shauna Sweeney for all the work they have done to see this work through, and we look forward to hearing more news from the state as well. Thank you, everyone. Wishing everyone an auspicious start to the fall semester.
Thank you. We have a couple questions for you, Trustee Croninger and then Morris.
Hi, could you explain a little more about the noise disruption?
Oh, we sometimes have organized events on West Campus that are sometimes co-occurring with peak classroom time. And with the hustle and bustle of finals week, when students are on campus, nervous energy and all, we have plenty of instructors who find that while they are holding exams or regularly throughout the semester, when they are holding their classes, that they have to make a choice. Absent any air conditioning in the IDC building, for example, they sometimes have to make a choice. Do I instruct my students clearly, or do I open up the windows and let in noise? Those are long-standing issues of the faculty over at IDC. Many of the students have found the classrooms uncomfortable.
Thank you.
Trustee Morris, and then Bob Meddy.
Does the Faculty Senate ask for all instructors to have an AI policy written into their syllabus or not?
So we can ask. So
The reason,
the Senate had approved recommended language with regard to AI. And also on the understanding, why wouldn't you want your students to know where you stand on your AI policy? The challenge with the language of AI, and this is something that our new distance ed coordinator, Matt Mooney, had suggested. What policy we come up with today may be obsolete tomorrow, but we have to try. The other challenge that we sometimes see is that and you've seen this at today's presentation, there are varying levels with which faculty are prepared to be able to accept AI as part of their instruction. Sometimes it's because there are challenges with opening up the classroom to AI because we do not control what AIs the students are going to use. So that's one. On the other, when it comes to, let's say, our English faculty who are affected the most by this, they have an obligation to teach the curriculum as it is. And also at the same time, we have an obligation to make sure that we are not sending students off to transfer to the university functionally illiterate. And at the same time, we have had faculty who are in attendance today who said, but you cannot put your head in the sand about AI. It is here. Industry is using this everywhere. When you have Grammarly commercials following a report at MSNBC where it advertises, hi, I'm an adjunct faculty member and I use Grammarly to be able to organize my thoughts about what my lesson is going to be. You can't beat this. So we can't, now we don't have an existing AP that says you must include this.
yeah, I wasn't suggesting that there be a standard policy. I was just asking if they have any policy statement in their syllabus regarding AI.
Most will.
Okay.
Most will. But that's also one of the reasons why we want to revisit the AP on student integrity, because it is incumbent on the deans to be able to say, if you're going to advance a student disciplinary action, you need to have made clear what your expectations are in the culture of your classroom about where you stand with AI. I think that's a reasonable thing to include. And that says, why wouldn't you want a syllabus policy? Again, we don't have any policies that specifically say you must have an AP. But when it comes to student disciplinary issues, one, there needs to be some language that says you have made clear to your students where you stand. And also, I'm glad that you brought this up as well. I'm looking at a situation where, yes, the faculty have expertise that students do not. But when it comes to AI, we are all on the ground floor here. That is an uncomfortable space for many of us. That doesn't mean that we don't play our role in the classroom to try to guide students on this one. But that means, and this is something that came out of the ASCCC presentation, that whatever policies that we come up with, they have to acknowledge the students' academic senate's role. They're 9+1. They have a say also when it comes to the curriculum. Whatever policies that we advance, it has to be done in partnership with Associated Student Government.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Bonamedi and then Gallup Moore.
My question was answered, but I did want to add that I have had noise problems in the IDC building before, and that seems to be a continuous issue still.
Trustee Gallup Moore.
Trustee Morris, thank you for bringing forth the question. I'm glad that we are embracing AI, because if we don't embrace AI, we would be left behind. That's number one. Number two, as a member of a healthcare organization, one of America's largest healthcare organization, and my background is nursing, we also need to keep in mind that not all data sets are equitable as far as how they provide information to students. So I hope that faculty are taking into consideration which AI model they're going to implement and introduce to their students, because the information that the AI will put out, a lot of times the databases are perpetuating racism and institutional discrimination, because the people sometimes who are putting these data sets together, creating this AI, they're not using data that's representative of the collective body. So I hope there's some discussion about which tools we're going to use to expose our students to. Also, when you mention
Trustee Gallup Moore, I have to ask, we are not in discussion right now, and I think we're not agendized to discuss AI or policies around AI. We can ask simple questions on his report.
okay, my question is, thank you for that clarity. The mentioning of AI on the syllabus, what is the language homogeneous for each faculty member, or do they make up their own?
So it is the faculty's purview over what goes into the syllabus. That's where their academic freedom lies, as well as the level of acceptance when it comes to AI. What we are saying is you should have at least something that mentions where you stand.
Okay.
And also students will have to learn to navigate that the culture of one classroom is going to be different for the culture of the next. And at the same time, we have to tread very carefully in a way that says, your student is potentially my student is potentially your student. Is it the case that we are navigating our policies in a way that doesn't hem students in when they may have to use AIs in other classroom?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Dr. Ramirez.
Thank you.
I will go back to Associated Students report.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Andrionis and the esteemed members of the board. This month, ASG has been focused on preparing for the start of the semester. We're finalizing plans for our first meeting and organizing recruiting to engage both returning and incoming students. Our application for new members goes live this Monday, and I've already had the chance to meet many of the new students as they come in for their student IDs. We're also excited to host a visit from the Superintendent President Andrionis to one of our meetings in early October. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is a classified staff report with Liz Auchincloss on Zoom.
Hello, President Aboud, President Andrionis, board members. I wanted to start by mentioning how we had an excellent in-service today. And I think a lot of the credit goes to Vice President of HR, Dan Le Guin Schmidt, and his committee that's worked on this very hard for quite a while. And I think the food was good, the classes were good, the activities were good. So I wanted to thank him and his committee for that. I also wanted just to mention, since AI is mentioned, I think we need to think about how staff will be using it as time goes on, how to get them trained to use it, how we want them to use it. So that's something that doesn't affect them straight like students or faculty, but it is something that's out there that could be used to help efficiencies and other things like that. So I think we need to figure out how to get people trained and how we want to use it. Main thing we've been doing lately is, well, of course, staff are getting ready for school to start on Monday. They've been working hard about that. We've also been in negotiations. We've worked really hard this past couple of times. We're just about finished with our reclassification, which includes the reclassification that employees can initiate and the reclassification of possibly all the employees and how that would work. We've also worked on our vacation accrual to get that working better, where the staff have a little bit better accrual methodology. And in the past, we've worked on employee rights, telecommuting, overtime, discipline, and due process. So we've been working pretty hard to try to get our contract completed. It's going to be a while longer, but at least we're making good progress. We've TA'd of several things. And we also are working on, we have a meeting, I think, next week to discuss the short-term employee situation and the issues there. So we hope to make some progress in that. And there's other things we've been, lots of representations and other things like that that we've been working on. So that's pretty much my report. So thank you for having me and listening to my report.
Thank you, Liz. Next, we will go to Faculty Association report.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Board of Trustees, President Abood, Dr. Andrew Jonas. Welcome back to another exciting academic year, 25-26. Today's day one most definitely was already an exciting day. Next slide, please. For us faculty, this joyful moment of starting fall semester is also a time of sad news as well as fond memories. Memories of Professor Christopher Bates. He passed away 2 weeks ago, right the day before his daughter Dahlia was about to leave home to start college in Ohio. Christopher built up and led the ceramics program in the art department and retired only 3 years ago after more than a quarter century at SBCC. Chris was a beloved instructor and an amazingly creative artist. He was a wonderful colleague. Here are a few quotes from faculty remembering Christopher. Chris did so much for the whole college community and was always such a warm and kind presence on campus. He will be sorely missed. Chris was also a longtime officer on the Faculty Association Board. One of our former FA presidents shared what an amazing pillar of support Chris was for him and how reliably and calm Chris performed his duties as grievance officer for the union. And past FA President Lynn Stark remembered that even in the most frustrating grievance procedure, Chris never raised his voice, but was soft-spoken and reassuring. For me personally, Chris was definitely a role model. Back in the early and mid-2000s, when I was new on the FA board and new to the negotiation team, he was always well-prepared, persistent, and passionate, a strong supporter of all faculty, full-time and part-time. I was a part-time faculty back then. Chris will always have a special place in the hearts of all of us who worked with him. Next slide, please. As announced last month, the FA board had our annual summer retreat, and guess what? It turned out that you, the trustees, and the FA had picked the very same day, last Monday, for this very important meeting of the day. The FA started early in the morning with hammering out the important details to our Sunshine negotiation proposal, fleshing out the summary document that you have on your agenda again today. Also, our outgoing treasurer, Jamie Campbell, presented his last budget before he's pausing with the FA work for a while. And just want to mention here, our union budget is actually looking pretty solid. And then, not to forget, we actually got to take an amazing group picture of an amazing FA team, which I have on this slide here as well. And then our whole FA board zoomed in to your state of the college presentation to round up the day. So we joined your meeting. You could not see us, but we were there. I also want to highlight the meeting that Senate and union leaders had with our trustee leadership, Jonathan and Kyle, as well as 3 members of the administration. Thank you for taking this time. It was a good meeting. We did not agree on everything, but we had an honest exchange of viewpoints. And at the end of the afternoon, we all did agree that we should do this more often. Finally, I want to report that the application period for our new part-time faculty health insurance is in full swing this month, concluding this upcoming Monday. The program is a huge success. We have about 40 part-timers already approved, with several more in the pipeline. There were a few hiccups, as is probably to be expected with a brand new endeavor like this one. But it looks as if we are getting it all worked out. Again, what an amazing opportunity for our part-time faculty, and all paid for by the state. I do want to give a big shout out to Sharon Clone and Glenn Dixon, who have been the 2 HR technicians at the forefront of this extraordinary effort. Special thanks go to both of them. Next slide, please. And this gets me already to my last slide. As always, I'm ready to answer any questions that you may have. Otherwise, I want to mention that my 6th grader has his school picnic tonight, and this week I'm a single parent, so I will actually sneak out and watch the remainder of your meeting on YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you. And last but not least, our superintendent president's report.
Okay, well, thank you. And as people have mentioned, we had a wonderful all-campus kickoff today. And, there was a little trepidation, I think, over the last couple of weeks of this is going to be really different. This is a different format. But I think a lot of people were really happy with it. The way it started was there were 3 back-to-back workshop periods. And so people went from workshop to workshop. And then there's a really great lunch on the Great Meadow. And we had not only excellent tacos, like really good tacos, but we also had lawn games. I lost miserably at Giant Jenga. It was very embarrassing. Yeah, largely because of Rita. And then we also had we had Connect 4, we had all kinds of things. It was a little warm out there, but I think everybody was really happy that it wasn't a cloudy, awful day. It was beautiful. And just there was a lot of great positive spirit and positivity. So thank you to Dan and to Jordan and to everybody who just stepped up and made it quite the day. So thank you, PDAC. Thank you, everyone. As you've heard, August appears to be retreat month. So obviously the Senate has their retreat, FA had their retreat. I attended, and actually Dr. Ramirez was there at the foundation. Santa Barbara City College Foundation had their retreat on Saturday, August 2nd. And that was a really great opportunity to look at what's in the future. And then on August 8th, the President's Leadership Team, we did a retreat at CEC. And that was a day-long, wonderful time for everybody to get together. We had some games, and you can always count on Jordan to have breathing exercises. So that was good. I baked for the dessert at lunch, and we had a really nice day. So that was wonderful. Thank you to my team who made it possible. And then obviously the board had their retreat on Monday. So I think August, we'll get through August and that'll be good. In terms of other updates, I spoke at the Montecito Rotary Club on Tuesday, which was great because they do come to our college and give out scholarships every spring to CTE students and have been doing that for over 25 years. So it was fun to speak there. And then I also want to say that in addition to the all-campus kickoff, we did that today. The faculty will have in-service tomorrow, and we'll have presentations there as well as the lunch for everyone. And then there's an SEL in service in the afternoon. So we're making the rounds, and they're all in person, and it's great because everybody's getting together. And on your agenda today, there is the new executive assistant for my office, which will make Miss Boss very happy because that person will come and do this task. Her name is Christine Arlotti, and she's coming to us from Utah Tech University in St. George, Utah. And she'll be here on September 16th. So that's very exciting. And I think that concludes my report.
Thank you. Yeah, August seems to be, it was the prep month for a big year. So we'll go next to, we're taking item 11.1 out of order. So it's next. And we're going to do the Cliff Drive Vision Zero project from the City of Santa Barbara Public Works Department.
President Abboud, trustees, Superintendent Andrew Jonas, thank you for the opportunity to invite the city to present about their Cliff Drive Project Zero. It's very exciting. Will be coming up. I know you may have heard about it previously. This is a good reminder of the elements of the project. And then you'll notice on the agenda for today that we'll be bringing back a very small easement that'll be coming in November and December related to this, and they'll speak to that as well. Also, item 8.2 on today's agenda relates to this. As that project gets done, we need to update our pathways, and that's what that is related to in terms of the bond item there. So without further ado, I'll introduce project planner Michelle Bedard from the city, and Alexis Lopez, project manager, is here in case there are any additional questions as well.
Thank you, and good evening, board members. Thank you for having us this evening. As mentioned, my name is Michelle Bedard with the City of Santa Barbara Public Works Department. Also with me this evening is Alexis Lopez, the project manager. So tonight, I wanted to give a brief presentation on our Cliff Drive Vision Zero project. We were last here before you back in March of 2024, but we're still going to do sort of a brief refresher and then get into the meat of more current plans. So next slide. So the purpose of the meeting, we'll go over again brief history. We'll discuss the project and the current project designs. We'll discuss the project adjacent to the City College campus and our project timelines and next steps, and then our past and continue plans to coordinate with the City College. Slide. So just a brief history. This kind of we've lived in Santa Barbara a long time, maybe. These Cliff Drive and Cabrillo were originally designed and part of Caltrans, formerly State Highway 225. The area you see along Cabrillo Boulevard that's kind of hatched, that was relinquished to the city in the 1990s. And then the remaining portion of Cliff Drive from the 101 to Castillo Street was relinquished to the city in 2014. And that was largely in part to the citizens of Santa Barbara and the neighborhood, Cliff Drive neighborhood, Mesa neighborhood. They came to the city, they came to Caltrans, and they said, we need to make major changes on this street. It's not safe. It's designed as a highway. It was at the time owned by Caltrans. And so after many years of discussion, Caltrans relinquished the street to the city. That opened the door for the city to consider major restoration projects to the street. We began, and then also that allowed us opportunity to do the Las Positas roundabout, which was constructed in 2017. And then in 2018, City Council designated the street as a Vision Zero priority corridor. And in 2022, the Las Positas MODOC multi-use path was constructed. And in 2022, we also received funding from the state's active transportation program to develop the construct the Cliff Drive Vision Zero project. This is a very competitive program. We're very excited to get these funds to move forward with this project. Next slide. So what the project is, essentially Cliff Drive existing is a 3.1 mile stretch of now city streets. And as mentioned, it's designed as a highway, formerly Caltrans Highway 225. So in order to make important safety measures, we looked at the evaluated street, and the proposed project will add new separated bike paths for the whole stretch of Cliff Drive. That's from just west at Oroboro Beach, all the way through Cliff Drive to Castillo Street. It will also include new and enhanced crosswalks. Currently, the 3 mile stretch of Cliff Drive, there are only 4 crosswalks, far and few between. So we're going to enhance those 4 crosswalks. We are also proposing to add 14 crosswalks. So there'll be a total of 18 crosswalks. We will also, part of the project is also focusing on safety for all modes of travel, however you choose to travel, whether you choose to drive, ride your bike, walk, or use public transit. So we also are focusing some efforts on enhancements at the public transit stops. Throughout the process, we evaluated the project design. So we had to look at some tree removals. The project corridor has more or less about close to 300 street trees, the whole project corridor. We are proposing to remove 23 within the public city right-of-way that was approved by the City Parks and Recreation Commission in June, this last June. And it will also include proposal to remove 2 on City College campus, which I'll show you in the slide later. I will also have an opportunity to discuss the landscape design throughout the project corridor. Next slide. So just a brief refresher, the project corridor, as I mentioned, from the Oroboro County Park to Castillo Street. There's a small segment, no infrastructure changes, but you'll notice that La Marina is highlighted in red. There's no infrastructure changes there. That'll just be what we call painted bike markings on the street. And that's just an indication to vehicles and cyclists that that's a shared street for cyclists and vehicles. And that gives you connections to the Cabrillo Shoreline Park and Cabrillo Boulevard existing network. Next. So in more detail, what the project looks like. The red hashed line again is the complete separated bike path from Oroboro to Castillo Street. What you see here is in the street names on the intersections. Those are the streets where we'll have existing and or improved new crosswalks. Where there's not a current traffic signal, all of the new and existing crosswalks will have a pedestrian activated rapid flashing beacon. And then traffic signalized, of course, crosswalks. The project also includes 4 new traffic signals. 2 of the new traffic signals will be in the business corridor along Cliff Drive at the Cliff and Camino Calma intersection, and then also kind of mid-block between Camino Calma and Meigs. And then in coordination with City College and City College project, the other 2 new traffic signals will be at the East and West campus entrances. Next slide. So again, kind of looking greater picture, not only is this an important city project, but it's a great of importance for the local regional bicycle connections. So this segment helps close a major gap in the 30-mile coastal bike ride stretch that takes you from UCSB to UCSB to Ventura, or vice versa. Next. So this just real quickly, kind of cartoon view version of what this will look like along Cliff Drive. This is kind of what we call a section of Cliff Drive. So for the primary portion of the project, what this is demonstrating is on the south side will be a 2-way protected bike lane. And so if you kind of take the picture left to right, on the left is Cliff Drive, the north side of Cliff Drive. There's a vehicle travel lanes, and then moving across vehicle travel lanes, the car next to that tree is a parked car. And then that separates the bicycles, a separated bicycle path, and then the existing sidewalk. Next slide. And so one of the other key components through our prior community outreach was that instead of just having the whole bike path on just the south side, the community really felt that it was important, at least for the business corridor, to have bike lanes on both sides to serve the commercial needs and residential needs on both sides. And we took a look at this and also decided that it's also better serves the two of the elementary schools, Monroe Elementary School and Washington Elementary School. So throughout the whole corridor from Flora Vista at the west to Salida del Sol, serving both those elementary schools I just mentioned, the bike lane will be one lane, bike lane on each side of the street. Next. So here we'll just kind of quickly go through some renderings. This is from moving from the Oroboro County Beach all the way through Cliff Drive. But this first view is adjacent to the parking lot to Oroboro County Park. What you'll see there on the lower left picture is the widened sidewalks. And then moving right, that's moving east on Cliff Drive just before the Mesa Lane Flora Vista intersection. One of the major, and there you can see the bike lanes on both sides of the street. That's about where it will end on the west side. And then at this intersection, one of the key changes at this intersection is that currently it has two traffic signals, one for Mesa Lane and one for Flora Vista. And it will be reconfigured to be a one signal traffic intersection. Our consultants have done lots of projects where they had similar off-centered intersections, and they found that that works really well. Next slide. So here, moving again east, this is at Flora Vista, looking at the intersection that serves Monroe Elementary. At this intersection, you'll see the sidewalk on the east side of the Flora Vista will be widened. And then at the Monroe Elementary School intersection, that's where we'll have curb extensions at the entrance and crossings at the school at Red Rose. Next. So here's looking at the Cliff Drive and Camino Calma intersection. Again, the bike lane on both sides. This is a new traffic signal at this intersection. The view on the right is looking just again, Mesa Shopping Centers on the left, the existing bus stop there, and then just that really just illustrates too the separation. Maybe I have a slide coming up that'll show that a little better, but separation between the pedestrians and the cyclists as well. Next. So view 7 is kind of just further along from that bus stop we just looked at, but now it's looking west. So what you're seeing on the lower right picture would be, that's the driveway to the Mesa Shopping Center where McDonald's would be just right there on your right. And that's kind of, again, you'll see the bike path. It will have a different treatment than the sidewalk. So really to clearly distinguish separation of, not only separation of cyclists from vehicles, but separating pedestrians and cyclists as well. And then the aerial view here at Cliff and Meg's intersection, what you can see here again is curb extensions at the intersections. This really is a benefit for both drivers and pedestrians or cyclists. Having that curb extension reduces the space that a pedestrian has to cross the street. It also gives better visibility to both a driver or a pedestrian waiting to cross the street. Next slide. Here again, looking this Cliff Meg's on the left, looking at the frontage shopping center on the left, and then an aerial view. One of the changes of this project also, and we worked in collaboration with the business owners and property owners of the shopping center on the frontage road. And we will propose, the project includes a circulation change. Right now it's two-way circulation with parallel parking on both sides. And what we'll do is a one-way circulation entrance from the east and exit on the more westerly driveway side. And they'll have angled parking spaces. Next. So this is moving further along Cliff Drive. This is about Santa Cruz Boulevard on the left. So this gives you kind of a good description. This is where it's now on just the two-way bike lane on the south side of the street. And that gives you an idea of, separation of the vehicle travel lane with an in-street bike lane and then the separated sidewalk. This is one of the locations that we're adding a new crosswalk. And this is as a non-signalized intersection will have the pedestrian rapid flashing beacons. And on the right, it's kind of a similar view, but looking now back west. So the church is on the left side. Next slide. Now getting to kind of the more meat of why we're here this evening, but looking at the campus entrance, this slide 13 is the view of West Campus looking west. And then the image below, you'll see the separated bike lane, in-street bike lane, sidewalk, new traffic signal, entrance at the campus. View 14, you can see one of the major changes, and again, coordination with the City College staff and your project architect. But you'll see the free right turn entrance into the campus. That will be eliminated. And then again, kind of getting back to the point of separation, not only between vehicles, but pedestrians and cyclists. This design, you can kind of visualize it, but the bike lane is, there's railing or fence that surrounds the bike lane. And that's really designed intentionally to avoid having transit users and pedestrians rush across the bike lane. Instead, they'll be guided to the traffic intersections at the corners. Next slide. So here's just more of a plan view, just kind of give you an idea of what we're talking about. But again, West Campus entrance with the new traffic signal. The area in green is the new landscape planners with new opportunities for landscaping and new trees. And then let's see. Here also the location of the bus stop. It says new. It's not a new bus stop. It's just being relocated. It's currently closer to Oceano. Next. So again, view 14, looking at the main campus entrance, aerial view. Another key feature of this project is the existing, what we call free right turn exiting campus, exiting Loma Alta and going right on Cliff Drive. That will also be eliminated. Benefit adds opportunity to provide the widened curb extensions and again, greater visibility for pedestrians and cyclists. It also eliminates that conflict point because just you're exiting, you're coming up the hill, making that right. It's kind of moving uphill. You're not really looking for pedestrians or cyclists. So that brings you to a signalized traffic signal. You can still turn right, but wait for the signal. And then looking, view 15 is the East Campus entrance. Looking east, you can see McKinley Elementary on the right side. And then that's an example of a sidewalk level bike lane on the school side. And a new traffic signal again, and new street lighting as well. Next. So again, kind of looking at the plan view of this intersection between the main campus and East Campus entrances, existing at Loma Alta traffic signal, the enhanced sidewalks at the intersections, new crosswalk at the East Campus entrance and new traffic signal. Also a key point of this is also we're relocating the bus stop on the north side of the street. Currently, it's closer to the Loma Alta intersection. It'll be relocated just beyond the intersection. And again, that kind of intentional to gather people to guide them to the intersections versus trying to cross the street in the middle of that intersection. Another key point of this is just to show and demonstrate the areas of green are new landscaping opportunities. And again, just a separation between the bike path and the transit and pedestrian areas. And also want to mention on this slide, serving McKinleyville doesn't really, McKinley Elementary doesn't really show on this whole map, but we're also widening the sidewalk on the elementary school side. Next. Okay, now we're moving downhill towards Castillo Street on the view 16. And in order to have the room to do what we're doing here, as you look at the proposed on the bottom left side, the vehicle travel lanes moving from Castillo, moving west on Cliff Drive will be reduced to one vehicle travel lane. We'll maintain two vehicle travel lanes heading down towards the tend to be a little busier intersection at Castillo Street. And then this also gives us the opportunity to have the separated bike lanes and the sidewalk and also new street lighting without altering the existing retaining wall landscaping. And then view 17, looking at the intersection at Rancheria Street with enhanced crosswalk and new crosswalk. Next. So those kind of just a brief look at the whole corridor of the renderings. Just kind of focused to from our prior meeting when we came before you in 2024. One of the key changes, key changes that was made was with the popularity of e-bikes becoming more and more popular, there was portions of the project that had a shared use path similar to the Modoc Las Positas area and or the path. And this proposal now is completely separated bike paths and separated sidewalks, the whole corridor of Cliff Drive. There's also just variations of in-street and sidewalk level bike lane designs and corner street side crossing designs. That's just really kind of a more flexibility in the design on at the intersections. Next slide. So I just wanted to kind of highlight this. We saw this briefly before, but now talking about kind of trees. And again, it's existing designed by Caltrans as a highway. So really the effort is to convert the street, transform the street into a neighborhood serving street. And what this project allows us to do with the separated bike lanes is an opportunity for new street trees. We went to the city Parks and Rec I mentioned for the tree removals within the right of way. And then as part of this project, we are proposing to replace and plant a minimum of 70 new street trees throughout the project corridor. And then this also kind of features what that looks like with the parking. And so what you see at the forefront of this image is that's a parking space that allows for on-street parking. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we were here last at March 2024. We've since met a few times and we have a few more meetings with upcoming meetings with City College campus staff. We want to talk about the focus of the proposed removing 2 trees on City College campus. We also proposed to replace 2 trees on City College campus. And then also wanted to highlight, and as we mentioned briefly in the introduction, but part of the project between the main campus and East Campus will be, for the bike path will be on City College campus property. So what we'll be asking for is, and coming back to you with in November, is a easement access easement agreement. Next. So these are the 2 trees that are proposed for removal. It's unfortunate, but they are in direct conflict with the proposed new bike path. Next slide. And then just for visual representation, the 2 kind of X marks, those are 2 trees that are proposed and were recently approved for removal that are within the city right of way. And then the 2 in the red are the trees I just showed you that are proposed for removal on City College campus property. Next slide. So this graphic is kind of hard to see, but just visually, the colors are differentiation of areas. The purple is kind of more the westerly boundary at adjacent to Oroboro County Beach Park and the Douglas Family Preserve. And then orange is more the residential area. The kind of highlighted blue is the commercial. And then the green is adjacent to City College and area. Next slide. So this is kind of what we're intending to do again. So adjacent to more the open space along the western boundary, we'll look at more of a native palette, looking at like coast live oak trees, and then just to have a different palette for the different districts. So residential will have kind of a unique look. The commercial will have its own unique look. And then one of the things we'll also plan to continue to coordinate with City College is landscaping adjacent to the City College. Next. Oh, sorry, if you could go back real quick. The trees that are written on the slide there, those are the trees that were approved by the City Parks and Recreation Commission for the proposed replacement trees. Next. So they mentioned briefly, but some of the efforts we've been doing since we last saw you, had a few community outreach meetings. Our most recent was in June 2025. We held an in-person meeting and an online webinar and giving project updates. And then we also, as I mentioned, went to City Parks and Recreation Commission. That was approved in June. And that we also went to City Council, got an environmental determination, allowed us to close out environmental file and do our CEQA filing notice of exemption. We completed that in July. Next. So next steps, now the environmental review is complete, we're moving into right-of-way and final design. Be doing a constructability review, and then we're going to continue, as I mentioned, collaboration with City College. We'll be back before you here in November to review the access easement agreement. And then our next leg of community outreach meetings will really focus on construction and construction timeline. And as the grant is currently written, we're goals to start construction by 2027, but we are trying to expedite that. We're hoping to start construction maybe tail end of 2026. One more feature, just next slide. So once the project's all built, the grant also includes monies for non-infrastructure improvements. And what we've done with most of our city projects is we coordinate with like Move SBC and the schools, and we'll do outreach with the elementary schools, and we'll actually go out and ride the new path with them and teach them how to use the facilities. And so that's an exciting part for us, as well as the community. Like everyone in the community is invited, as well as the focused efforts to the elementary schools. And next slide, I think that concludes my presentation. And so I'm here and Alexis is here if you have any questions for us.
Trustee Gillett-Moore.
Thank you for that presentation, and thank you for being really intentional. It looks like you've been really intentional as far as our environmental health with the addition of 70 new trees. Some of your images are pre and post. Are those the exact design on what it's going to look like?
That's the intention of what they are intended to look like.
Okay, because I mean, 70 trees sounds like a lot of trees.
Yes.
However, I know that in some of the cities across the nation, they're trying to reduce heat spots. And so I noticed with some of the reconfiguration where you have mostly rock and some succulents ground cover, I didn't see a tree. And if it's, for instance, the bus stop, the 2 trees you're putting to replace the 2 trees you're moving away are away from where it looks like where students are going to be sitting waiting for the bus. So they're going to be in the sun. So can we, I don't know. I'm not trying to be the architect here.
No.
I'm just thinking about, sometimes there's a lot of students over there waiting for the bus and it gets pretty hot. And I kind of saw that in some of the areas where you're now creating those little mini mediums that divides the bike lane from the street lane, but there were no trees there. I just, is 70 the most amount of trees you guys can plant, or?
That is currently the most that we've looked at. We are looking at potentially adding more if we can, but one of the things we are working with, and thank you for that comment on the location of trees adjacent to the bus stops, but that's one of the things we will continue to coordinate with City College campus. We actually will be setting up a meeting with campus staff in early September to take a greater look at landscaping. We'll be open to suggestions on locations and placements along and adjacent to the campus.
And then you were mentioning, you're also changing a little bit over there where the McKinley School is, right? So I'm just thinking of parents walking their children from school and there's no like a new tree there. And the studies are coming out now that is a great significance of heat difference from where you have no tree versus a tree can be at an intersection, can make a big difference. And with the climate change, we are getting some extra hot days. So just something to consider.
Absolutely. And I thank you for that comment. I did also want to just add that I forgot to mention, but one of the things we look at when we are looking at planting new trees is that we also have to account for potential conflicts. And so we're designing to avoid, water line and utility conflicts, and also potential sightline conflicts at intersections.
Trustee Richards. Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation. I'm really excited about this project. I think this is going to be a major improvement for this whole neighborhood and including City College. And I know like with the Vision Zero, I mean, it's really important for us to acknowledge that we need to find safe and better ways for everyone to get around so that you don't need to be in a car. And this makes it safer and more convenient and more accessible for many more people. And I'll just speak as a bicycle rider myself. I don't like riding along Cliff Drive right now, and I think this will greatly improve that experience. And I think for all of our students and employees who ride their bike, this will be a major improvement for their safety and for their convenience to get back and forth to campus. So thank you. I am really, really excited, like I said, about that. I do have a couple questions about just the design, and I don't know if we can look at slide 19. It was the slide that shows the kind of diagram of the main entrance, and I'll just explain. So as you're going north on Loma Alta, and you're turning right onto Cliff Drive, the proposed design takes away the right turn lane that you said, but instead puts a bicycle lane there. And I know from my experience that most cars that are trying to turn right, if there's a car already at the light that's going straight, will just use the bike lane as a right turn lane in that situation. Has that been considered in the design? Is there anything that you've thought of to improve that experience so that it's actually a bike lane there and not just a right turn car lane?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Thank you to the board. I think on Loma Alta, that's an existing on-street painted bike lane, class 2 bike lane. I think that by design, just adding the sidewalk curb extensions reduces that dimension of the intersection. Thereby, if there's actually a vehicle in the either straight or right turn lane, ideally there won't really be enough room for somebody to make that squeeze. But that's certainly something that we will continue to evaluate. I don't know if
I don't know if it would be possible to put bollards there or some kind of physical separation to prevent cars from using that. But I just know from my experience, there are many other situations like that, intersections where there's a straight, a lane for the cars and then a right and and cars are trying to turn right and they just use that bike lane.
Right,
So
absolutely.
another question I had is, so you mentioned that there's a difference in the design, a change when you're going, so from campus here west along Cliff Drive, before you get to the Miggs intersection, the 2-lane bike lane stops. And so if you're going that way and you want to continue past Salida del Sol,
right.
What do you do then? So you have to cross the street, and is there a light at that intersection to do so? Or how do you do so safely if you're traveling west along Cliff Drive?
Great question. For starters, first, if you're a confident cyclist, and like you mentioned, I also am a avid cyclist and pedestrian and bicyclist as my primary mode of transit. Some more comfortable cyclists will choose to share the lane, and that is allowed by California State Code, so they can continue to do that. If people want to transfer into the protected bike lane, they will be designated to cross at the crosswalks.
Okay, so for the rest of Cliff, where there's the separated bike lanes, is there a class 2 bike lane that will remain on with the cars?
West of Flora Vista, going down the hill?
East of Flora Vista, toward the campus, where the campus is. So is there going to be the separated bike lane 2 directions and then also a class 2 bike lane in either direction?
Yes, I believe the class 2. Yeah, so there's the existing class 2 bike lanes on the street will not change in those locations.
Okay. That's all I had. Again, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Any other questions? I had 2 related questions. Well, I had the same question about where do you cross on the bike path. That's confusing to me, but it's answered. Another one is, if we can go back to the same slide, the 19 one. I think it looks like we have an opportunity with the lane. Oh, sorry, the other one, that one. It looks like the lane that's going away, that's now dead space that we can look to do something with. maybe mobility, like a mobility hub, or because there's so much already there, a bike path and the transit center, but that lane to nowhere now, I think, is an opportunity for green space or mobility infrastructure, something we can partner with.
Are you looking, sorry, just for clarification, are you looking, like if you're traveling west on Cliff Drive, just west of the Loma Alta
Ye-
intersection? where
Yeah,
the
the
lane
exit
ends?
that's now gone. Yeah,
Right
that
there.
Oh,
it's all,
on campus.
yeah. So that's an opportunity for the campus to potentially
Yes. and
do
that's-
something to connect with this
Yeah,
project more.
absolutely. And the architect that we're asking to
Yeah.
approve in 8.2 is actually working on that section as well as the bike paths and sidewalks that are across the crosswalk right there leading into the main campus. So redoing that triangle space, and then also the pathways for pedestrians and cyclists as they enter the campus there.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Gulletmore?
Are we gonna put in those, the light poles that is audible for people who are blind?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Not the light poles, when you cross the street and the light turns, there's also a voice, so for people who are deaf.
As I understand, I believe that all of our rapid flashing beacon infrastructure will be ADA accessible. Yes, getting a nod from the project engineer. Yes.
Well, thank you for continuing to come back. You know, I've been on the board for a while, so I've been following this, and I remember when it was a roundabout at the entrance, and that's sad it's not there anymore, but excited to see this project go through. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are as
Yeah.
well. And I just want to point out, there is a project website and all of our past community outreach efforts, our tree plans, our renderings are all available on the project website. Yes.
Can we be informed of the bike instruction thing where you said you're gonna show folks how to properly use
Oh,
the,
yes,
because
absolutely.
I would like to attend that.
Oh, sure. I will make a note to share that and pass that information forward.
well, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, next we're gonna go to section 8 bond items, and we're gonna pull item 8.6 before we get started. And then now we'll start with 8.1, Measure P, General Obligation Bond Series A Sale Update.
President Aboud, trustees, Superintendent Androgenis, thank you for this opportunity to update you on the bond sale. It was pretty exciting. A couple weeks ago on the 5th, we had the official sale date and they gave me access to a site where we could watch the orders coming in for the bond. And so that was pretty exciting. There's a process where it's called subscription or oversubscription, where you get a certain number of orders that for the portions of the bond that you're selling. And it's exciting to see when they get oversubscribed, because that allows us to negotiate slightly better rates at the end of the process, which was done. So that was great. And then on the 12th, our bond attorney came out and provided us with some paperwork, and that was signed off. And the county confirmed on the 19th that the process is complete. So very exciting. And then for this presentation, I'll hand it over to our bond attorney, Anne Rolene. Online also is our bond advisor and our underwriter.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Anne LaMorena Rolene, partner at Norton Rose Fulbright. So it's very exciting after over a year of this process that, again, on August 5th, the district successfully sold its first series of Measure P bonds. The district received over 672 million in orders for the 80 million. On August 19th, the proceeds were deposited for the district, and it's currently being held at the county treasurer's office. There are certain post-issuance compliance. So while these bonds are outstanding until August 1, 2055, the district will be charged with providing continuing disclosure, because investors are currently trading and looking at the district's finances. So every year you're filing an annual report with your audited financial statements, your assessed valuation updates, and the district has engaged the services of Applied Best Practices to assist with those continuing disclosure filings. In the PowerPoint presentation, we have slides on the the value of the orders, as well as providing comparison of the good faith estimates that the district received in May, June. Pre-pricing occurred on August 4th, and then the final pricing, when the interest rates were locked in, occurred on August 5th. But we have the district's municipal advisor and underwriter on Zoom to answer any financial related questions you may have.
Hey, do we have any questions? Looks like no. Trustee Gallimore.
Okay, just, if you could just take it down to like a fifth grader level. Does that mean we have money now from the bond?
You do.
Yes. So how soon can we start using that money?
You can start spending it as, well, Chris, there's a
Yeah,
process in
there's
which
a
you're engaging consultants, architects, and so forth. But the district has certified that it has a reasonable expectation that at least 85% of the bond proceeds will be spent in the next 3 years.
Okay.
So the short answer is we can use it right away.
Okay.
But because our first project is the PE project and the state has asked us to spend the 34 million that they provided first. So we'll be billing the state for the project as we go along. And then when that is expended, we'll start using bond funds.
Okay.
Keep going.
And so the money that we have now, I'm assuming it's in some kind of bank account. Does that accrue to interest? And are we making money off of that money?
It does, and we're required to use that interest for bond related purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Croninger.
I'm looking at page 4 of 4 on the printout, the attachment.
The financing statistics one? The
Summary of the,
Slide 4, please.
I think it's page 4. Yeah. So good faith estimate means what on the true interest cost?
So as of a certain point in time in May, the district's underwriter and municipal advisor ran numbers based on an $80 million principal amount of bonds and the interest rates at that time.
So that was the estimate then.
That was
And
the
then we get to pre-pricing, and that means
That's the day before we go out to market, where we give district staff a market update as to what it's looking like compared to when we talked to you in May. And then we get their verbal approval to proceed with pricing and selling the bonds on August 5th. And that's the actual date where the interest rates were locked in.
and the final results then are the 5.145.
Yes, the far right.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Richards.
Thank you. Yeah, I also had a question about this slide. So for the good faith estimates, we were given a report back in May that gave a lot of different estimates, depending on whether or not we did the combination, which we ended up deciding on, or only doing, was it called CI, the current interest bonds, et cetera. And there was one of the slides from that presentation that showed the combination bond, which used the $80 million value. And that one had a interest cost estimate of 4.6%. And I guess I'm just curious, because this says it was a good faith estimate as of May 6th, and our board meeting was on May 22nd. And so am I not looking at the right numbers? Because the number that we got originally looked better than what we're seeing now.
Yeah.
Or even what we're seeing here listed as the good faith estimates. And so I'm just trying to understand what that discrepancy is.
You know, we take into consideration the agenda deadlines for when we file all the materials, and also there was a presentation to the finance subcommittee, but I think whether Rachel or Trennis is on, they can sort of address the changes in the benchmarks and the interest rates at that time.
Okay. I mean, I'm not disputing that
Yeah.
it's a good final result. It's just as we compare these to what our original good faith estimate was at our May meeting, these numbers don't seem to add up to me. So I guess if there's any explanation, maybe it was because that was on May 22nd. So I would have assumed that we would have had the most up to date, because it also showed a true interest cost of 4.6%. And so we ended up with over 5%. And it was also showing a repayment ratio of 2.35. And this one here is showing an estimate of 2.6, and that was that's a lot worse than what we had
The
heard.
May 6th column is the good faith estimates that were appended to the resolution that was brought to the board both in May and June. But I don't know if Trennis or Rachel, are you able to tune in and provide?
Rachel, you or me?
Go ahead, Trennis.
Okay, so go, if you would please, whoever has the control of the slides, go to slide, what I guess probably be 2. Okay, so on the bottom left there, you can kind of see what was going on in the market, which is the benchmark rate. The triple was called MMD, Municipal Market Data. That's our benchmark for rate for pricing tax-exempt bonds. That comes out every business day, officially at noon. Okay, so every tax-exempt issue in the whole nation is benchmarked off this rate. So you kind of see it in the middle of that graph. Things got a little hectic. And that was really the tariff news and Liberation Day. And that's what kind of drove rates kind of wiry for a couple weeks. So just to put in perspective, April 1st, and I'll use the 30-year, which is probably the most volatile. So the 30-year on April 1st was about 420. Okay, so that's really when we started running numbers for this thing, and for the to give to district staff to review with them, to then submit to the finance committee. Because remember, this was basically a 4-month process, right? So we on April 1st, so like I said, it was about 420 was a 30-year. By a week, it was about 10 days later, that rate had gone from 420 to 485, just the 30-year number. Okay. But given that we've been doing this a while, we know that these volatilities tend not to persist. We waited, and by May 1st, which was before we went to the finance subcommittee, that benchmark rate was 435. So it was coming the right way. It had changed 50 basis points within a couple of weeks in your favor, right? Come lower 50 basis points in about 3. So by the time we got to pricing, that number, which was August 5th, okay, so it's again use the first of the month as our benchmark. August 1st, the 30-year MMD rate had gone to 460. So between May 1st, so right before the finance subcommittee, and August 1st, that 30-year rate, just that one, had gone up 25 basis points from in that period. So that is really the reason that the rate is so much different in the good faith estimates versus, say, what you saw on the slide. Trustee, is it Richards that asked that question?
Yes.
So in the slide, that really kind of persisted all the way from basically the first week of April all the way through May 22nd, which is when we came to the board with those slides. And so we didn't change the slides interimly. The change was made to the good faith estimates, which reflected probably the change in interest rates. Plus, I think maybe Rachel added some margin just in case the market kept going the wrong way against the district. So that's why.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I understand that that the market is dynamic and that there's going to be a lot of differences between the information we originally received and then what happens after that. It's going to be all over the board. I get that. I guess my question is just that it seemed like what's being shown here as the good faith estimate back in May doesn't match the actual estimate that we got in May. So I'm willing to keep going, and I can get more of an explanation about that later. But because I'm happy with the result, so I don't dispute that at all. So I just wanted to point out that it seemed like the information that we originally got doesn't match the good faith estimate that was listed here. So I'm sure there's an explanation.
And if I may help clarify, I think what Trennis described is that presentation, those slides, and when we compare options, those numbers were prepared prior to providing the good faith estimates as the appendix to the board resolution. So we certainly take the opportunity to make updates in accordance with the benchmark interest rate changes when we can. But for just understanding there are a lot of numbers to begin with so we presented to the finance committee back in May 5th. And then the later came back to the board to make the presentation on May 22nd. So in a conscious effort to create further confusion, we did not update those numbers and kept them exactly the same. And those good faith estimates, as we were preparing the board resolution, we took that opportunity to update the numbers. So they slightly moved up from the original board presentation slides.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this item? Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, next, this is just an update, so we did not need to take action. Item 8.2, are we doing any presentations for 8.2 or 8.5? Or
No.
okay, we can take them all at once. Does anybody have any questions on 8. Trustee Croninger?
8.3, I have a question.
Yeah, please do. Please go ahead.
Okay, I raised this approval of blanket purchase order issue and because it's not something I've seen before. And it appears with one item here, but a lot more items under the consent agreement or consent agenda. And I couldn't, it says to be provided through a purchase order previously approved June 24, 1723, which I took to be the agenda item. There's 3 meetings in June 24, and I couldn't find the one that's referenced. But I'm just trying to figure out, isn't this a contract that we would normally approve the contract for these consulting services?
So the board did previously approve the contract with this consultant, and essentially the consultant's going to work on 3 different projects or components, if you will. And so that we're bringing it back in order to, at that time, there was a single accounting string that was listed for it, and that accounting string is specific to one of those 3 projects. And so we're bringing it back to basically break up the activity so that the appropriate amount and the appropriate accounting string for each of the 3 different activities, one related to the PE building, one related to a fusion activity, and then some additional consulting related to planning for facilities.
So is the scope of work changed from the contract?
It has not. It's really to correct the accounting strings,
Okay.
the budgets and the accounting strings.
And I'd rather discuss it under the consent agenda. But the approval of a blanket purchase order, why does that matter here? We've got a contract. With a scope.
It's essentially to correct the accounting strings.
Right, but what's blanket about it?
So a blanket purchase order is a general authorization to spend for a particular dollar amount with a particular vendor. And so rather than rewriting the contract such that it specifies the accounting strings, we're essentially doing it through this mechanism instead.
Well, it seems odd. I don't think it makes a lot of difference here because there's a contract that
Correct.
has an amount in it. Is
Yes.
that amount increased
No.
from this? Then, it's like already done from my point of view, and you're using a purchase order to implement aspects of the contract that we
Correct.
approved.
Exactly.
Okay, so in this case, it doesn't make much difference to me.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions on the bond items?
We pulled 8.6, is that right?
It's gone,
Okay,
yeah.
then I'm good.
Great. Well, I wanted to just give a thank you to UCSB for helping us out as a partner with our Department of Recreation, with their Department of Recreation. All right, well, can we get a motion to approve 8.2 through 8.5?
So moved.
Trustee Black Merits and Gallup Moore. Any other discussion? And if you're voting yes, please vote yes.
Yes.
Yes. And if
Yes.
you're voting no,
Yes.
he's not here. So
So it's okay.
it's an absent, yeah. And yeah, so I think we called yes, no, and absent.
All right.
Great, that's okay. Next is item 9.1, classifications, new and updated. Do we have well, we can maybe take 9.2 and 9.3 with 9.1, and then we have a public comments on 9.4. So does anybody want to make a motion to approve 9.1 to 9.3?
So moves.
I'll second.
All right, trustee Bonametti and Croninger. Any other discussion on these or questions? Right, if you're voting yes, vote yes.
Yes.
Yes. If you're voting no, abstaining. Great. And 9.4, we have two public comments, Anna and Robin. And so if we could please take those.
Hello again. This is Anna Garcia, and I'm commenting on the Equal Employment Opportunity Certification. It is supposed to be a public record of how SBCC is upholding its legal and moral obligations under Title V, and what this report shows is deeply concerning. The form says that 6 discrimination complaints were filed this past year, 2 were partially sustained, 4 remain unresolved. We are not told whether these involve faculty or staff, how long they've been pending, or what the outcomes may be. This lack of transparency undermines confidence in the process. Title V is clear. Districts must not just report complaints, but actively monitor and remedy adverse impact. Here, the outcomes are either left hanging or dismissed as, quote, good conversations. That is not accountability. The district also reports spending more than $83,000 in EEO funds, mostly on trainings, contracts, job fairs, and lunch and learns. But where is the investment in implementing substantive changes with tracked outcomes that can be evaluated? Where are the retention programs for women of color, Black faculty, or employees with disabilities who continue to be pushed out? There is no evidence that these expenditures reduced retaliation, improved retention, or addressed barriers faced by underrepresented groups, mostly because it doesn't appear that they were tracked. The spending choices reflect optics, not outcomes. When it comes to hiring, the form highlights job description revisions, interview rubrics, and outreach tools. Yet most of this work is, quote, in progress, in development, or not maximized due to staffing shortages. None of it is transparent. Who decides which job descriptions are rewritten or which positions are prioritized? From the outside, it looks like HR is tailoring processes behind closed doors, which reinforces the perception of favoritism. Finally, the climate survey and exit interviews. These should be powerful tools for change. Yet the report itself says exit interviews have led to, again, quote, only good conversations. And the last NACCC climate survey was in 2023, which was followed by the 2018, I think was the year that happened, the campus climate survey then, both which also resulted in no meaningful analysis or action plan reported to mitigate adverse impacts. Meanwhile, staff and faculty describe a culture of retaliation and fear, where speaking up about equity or compliance is treated as a liability rather than a contribution. I urge you to ask hard questions. What are the 4 discrimination complaints that are still unresolved? How are EEO funds being tied to measurable outcomes, not just optics? Who is involved in rewriting job descriptions, and what safeguards ensure transparency and consistency in this process? An example to look at could be item 13.3 in this week's agenda. When will climate survey data be translated into action? Approving this EEO certification without clearly outlined outcomes and tracking methods and ways to maintain accountability suggests that equity at SBCC is paperwork, not practice, which I guess may be accurate. Please demand more transparency, more measurable actions, and more accountability before signing off on this plan.
Thank you. Robin?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. It's been a while since I've been to a board meeting. I've spoken before some of you a lot of times and some of you never, but I'm Robin Goodnow. I'm ESL faculty on campus. I started at City College as a student. I don't want to say how many years ago. I was an adjunct faculty member, and after 30 years as a full-time faculty member here, it's irritating to say I am definitely senior faculty at this point, whether I like it or not. It's extremely frustrating as well to say that in the years that I've been part of the college, where we are right now is the worst that I've seen. We've seen great, we've seen amazing, we've seen bad, but this is really the worst that I've seen things on our campus. I've been in campus meetings all day. I just got out at 6, and I'm here to talk about the EEO report as well. I would second Anna's comments. Before I talk about specific content, I will say that reporting truly is endless in our profession. We've become professional report writers. And there are times that we get very busy as academics, filling in a lot of words and numbers, and it can really make us lose sight of the reality that these reports represent and what they mean. So I just want to talk about a few things that I saw in the report that that may not be overtly mentioned, but are part of our reality. This report includes multiple comments about the challenges of completing specific items due to short staffing. Honestly, it's no secret that we are challenged to fill positions on our campus. It's difficult to hire and keep great staff and faculty. The EEO report gives a lot of numbers and tracking of people who apply to the college, positions they apply for, et cetera. But more critical to the reality of EEO on our campus is the applicants that we don't get, the hires that we don't keep, the great people who leave, retire, burn out, or are subjected to disciplinary action or endless lack of responsiveness until they give up and leave. This is really important to the EEO question, and it's just not reflected in a report like this. In HR, we've had so much turnover and so many vacant positions that hiring committees and processes themselves have been challenging. This is directly reflective of the employment picture on our campus, again. So while reports can reflect many things, I would urge you to listen to the people who are coming and giving their time frequently to tell you what it's really like to work as an overburdened, understaffed, unappreciated employee on this campus trying to serve our students. Specific to this report, Anna addressed the complaints. There are only 6, yay us, right? Except the reality is people don't want to complain on this campus. They are afraid of retaliation. They are afraid of being dismissed. They're afraid of being told that their complaint is invalid. They're afraid, period. They know that there is seldom a remedy to their complaint. The reality of retaliation on our campus and lack of responsiveness to complaints is real and needs to be addressed. There's no accountability for employees, for supervisors and HR taking retaliatory action, including disciplinary action, dismissal, actions that can take so long that people burn out, they leave, period. The report states it has not been challenging to update job descriptions. That might be true for new job descriptions, but for ongoing people who work here, it's almost impossible for some people to get their job description updated to reflect their true workload and the true salary class that they should have. Again, this seems to be easier for some areas than others. Some areas are expedited, some drag on. Literally, I am aware in our department of one that dragged on 3.5 years before being refused. Meanwhile, the person continued to work out of class. These are just some of the issues that this report does not cover. I know I'm almost out of time, so I'll wrap up, but I really encourage you to listen to the people who are talking about the reality of working on our campus and filing a complaint and trying to hire quality people. The EEO report is ultimately a required report. I encourage you to delay and listen more before approving this report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any motion for 9.4 or questions? Trustee Gilmore.
I would say that I want to say maybe this is for the past 5 board meetings, maybe 4 board meetings, there's been this continued trend of public comments addressing retaliation when complaints are made and the campus environment being one that is not comfortable for those who wants to speak up and against various forms of passive aggressive discrimination. I'm not going to list everything that we've heard, but since I've been on this board, I want to say there's been an increase of the same type of complaint the last 4 or 5 board meetings compared to when I first got on this board, my first meeting, December of 2022. I'm hearing more of this now. And I'm not trying to hold up voting on this report, but the old saying, if you see something, say something, and I'm saying something that something needs to be done.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve 9.4? Do board members not want to pass this today or go into their questions?
Can I ask the Vice President of HR when this report is due to the Chancellor's office?
It is due at the end of September.
Trustee Stoddard?
So does this lack of reports being completed have to do with our transition between, the interim Vice President of Human Relations and now we have a permanent?
I don't know that I can comment on that. Even if I know the answer to it, it might
not
be,
a good-
it might be something I can't comment on.
All right,
and
I understand.
So I'm very concerned about having a public discussion about potentially confidential matters. So I
Okay.
can't answer that.
Okay, I accept that.
Any other questions about the?
So it's
Trustee-
due September 10th. Did you say?
End of September.
End of September.
We have to
End
get it in
of
front of you,
September.
yes.
So we have another meeting.
In
before
3 weeks.
Sure.
In 3 weeks. This is new, right? In terms of the certification and the regs? Because I
No.
don't think
No.
I've seen
No.
it before.
You certified a year ago. This is
Did we?
required as part of our EEO plan.
Okay.
Our EEO plan that we currently have also got certified, I believe it was shortly after I started in June 24,
Yes.
but it does expire June of 26. So this next academic year, this current academic year, the EEOAC will be rewriting our EEO plan. So this is part of that process.
Yeah, I remember seeing the plan closer to December, November, December? Maybe?
No, we get the EEO report of the campus
Yeah, it's
demographics
different.
breakdown, but that's a separate thing.
Yeah.
That's in November. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, not the certification thing.
Can I come back to you or? Trustee Croninger, we're gonna just get back to you then? Or were you still gonna ask?
No,
something?
I'm-
Oh, you're done. I thought you were
done.
mid question. Trustee Blackmertz and then Stoddard.
So if we were to delay passing this until our next meeting in September, would it actually result in any changes to this EEO report? Or would it just be us discussing this issue of the repeated themes of retaliation and fear and all of this? And so I understand that we need to have that very important discussion, but will having that discussion impact this report at all? And if the answer is no, then I would be comfortable making a motion to pass this report, but also I would like to address this sort of recurring theme that we're now hearing.
It's hard to discuss that in a public meeting, depending on the issue. And I don't think a board discussion about general issues on campus that are undefined would impact this report at all.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my perspective. I don't know if I'm correct.
I don't think that this isn't the place or time to have that conversation because this is a certification form. It is something that documents what information we have at this point in time. If there's an interest in delving more deeply into it at some point, especially as we're on our way to updating the EEO plan at the end of June in 26, we certainly can do that. But you have to be very careful that there's a lot of confidential information and not everybody on this campus knows everything that's happening. And so it's very hard. Like there's no way I can respond in public to anything that is said because I could potentially violate someone's right to confidentiality. So I think the important thing here is we have a certification. We believe that the numbers that are being presented to you and the information is accurate. And I think I would respectfully request that you approve this certification with the understanding that we do have to update and revise our plan, which we will do by June of 26.
Okay. And yeah, I agree. I think these are two very closely related conversations, but I wouldn't want to hold up submitting this report to have a conversation that will have no impact on this report. So, yeah.
Thank you. Trustee Stoddard.
So I would like to move that we approve item 9.4 with the addition that we do have a conversation sometime in the next couple of months, probably in closed session if we have to answer some of these questions that were here.
Okay. I don't know if we want to we could put the future discussion in the motion. Do we have a second? Are you seconding it, Trustee Morris?
I'll second it.
Okay.
And I have a question.
Sure.
Is it possible, we have 4 items that apparently are in process and we don't have finalized information on those 4 items, correct?
The information that's being referenced would be information that would come to closed session with an attorney in the room.
Yes.
And so there's no way for me to make any comment on anything like that and endanger this district to be sued for confidentiality breaches, which I'm very concerned about.
Okay, the only question I had was if we pass this and in the process of the next, I don't know, few weeks, 2 months, whatever, or at least until it's due, it could be amended to update the information, or it couldn't be.
It couldn't be because this is a certification that's due at the end of September. And then there is an update to the EEO plan that is coming at the end of June. Those are 2 different things.
Okay.
But there's no way to amend this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Gullimore.
Thank you for stressing the significance of getting this report passed and the sensitivity of you can't disclose certain items because of the topic at hand. I believe what I'm referring to is talking about the elements that's creating the situations that's on here, not talking about the actual situations. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about we as a board should have a conversation about what are we honestly doing to mitigate the variables that's causing these types of things if we can do something about it. That's the kind of conversation I'm looking for. But I'm glad that the other trustees took a pause and recognizing that there's something that we need to do. I'm in favor of voting for this, but we do need to do something. And I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go for a vote. Oh, Trustee Morris.
I did second it. I'll just make a comment. I am frustrated by the consistent claims that are being made by a handful of individuals without any supporting information. I don't know how I can act on a general allegation. Gee, if people were really honest and they talked to you, you'd find out how bad things are. I've talked with people. I think they've been honest with me. I haven't found out how bad things are. So I don't know how to act on any of these comments that have been made without some sort of support. So if you're saying, gee, things are really bad, people are too afraid to do, okay, if they're afraid, I'm sorry. I don't think they should be. I don't know why they should be, but I can't act on generalized comments. If you only knew, I can't act on what I don't know.
Yeah, and I'll back you up on that feeling. I feel the same way. And I've been on this board a long time, and I remember times when we had people actually with direct complaints, and that was 8 years ago, and that's not what's happening now. So right now we're just hearing general feelings people have, but we've been at a point where we heard actual issues, and we took a lot of action in the past to fix our complaints process. And so I agree with you, Trustee Croninger.
I agree with both of you. We did quite a number of investigations based on specific complaints that we heard at board meetings, and we took action as well on the process. And I don't know how to respond to a generalized situation either, anymore as you have described. So my final or my other question is, Erica, are you comfortable with a motion that suggests we discuss this in closed session as part of that motion?
The issue with answering that is that we could discuss it in closed session, but only if it was something that the Brown Act allowed. But if it is something that the Brown Act allows to be agendized in closed session, absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's amend the motion in those terms.
Yeah, that's
Would you be willing to do that?
yes,
Consistent with the Brown Act.
consistent with the
In closed session.
in closed session.
Okay.
Yeah, the other thing that I want to comment on though, and I don't even know if this is appropriate, but sometimes resolving some of these complaints takes a long time. I mean, I've been on the board for only 2.5 years, and so that's I'm aware that these things really stretch out for, and it can seem like nothing's happening, but that's really not true.
Trustee Gallimore.
I thought I was done until I heard my trustees give their other statement, and I want to disagree that I do believe. First of all, I commend the people who shows up and make these public comments, because if they are still working here, those who are making these public comments, they're taking a chance. And those who are no longer working here, they feel like I have nothing else to lose. So now I'm going to continue, and I have time, I'm going to continue to make public comments. And I truly believe that they are making comments, and they are representing a number of other people working here who are too afraid to say something. And so to believe that there's no undercurrent of distrust and uncertainty and retaliation, if you are believing that that doesn't exist here, then I will have to strongly disagree with you. And I have heard the stories. And some of those individuals are too afraid to come forward. And my response is you need to go to the president. You have to follow due process. That's the most I can get involved as a board trustee. But I am able to provide enough comfort to those individuals that feels comfortable enough to me to tell me their stories. And I'm actually getting the stories. And so I would say to you that it is true. It is true. It is not a made up thing. It's not disgruntled employees. But I just wanted to put that out there, because I heard what both you, Trustee Mars, and Croninger said, and Jonathan, you agree with them, but I disagree with you. I believe this is definitely coming from several sources in several areas of this institution.
Trustee Croninger.
I just wanted to refocus that comment on how do you respond to a general statement? I mean, it's just too broad to know what to do with it. And that is perhaps something we should discuss. But again, consistent with the Brown Act, we should have that discussion where we are not at risk of including confidential information.
All right, are we ready to vote? Okay, if you're voting yes on 9.4, please vote yes.
Yes.
If you're voting no, abstaining. Thank
I
you.
abstain.
Okay. And I do want to remind people, there's a lot of, in California, we are lucky to have a lot of employment laws that do protect people against all sorts of things in the workplace. So anybody who feels afraid, there's a strong legal backing for you if you wanted to do something. Next is item 10.1, report from board members and board subcommittees. Trustee Gallup-Moore.
Yes, so we had a very productive and expedient Board of Trustee Policy Subcommittee. I think we broke our record. We did it in 53 minutes. And all of the board policies that came forth, we did miss you, Trustee Morris. We did miss you, your input. And so it probably go faster if he's at the next meeting. I think so. Okay, I'm sorry. So all of the board policies were voted on unanimously and they have been moved forward according to our new set process. Thank you again to Dr. Maginot and her amazing team and Ms. Rita for helping us polish up our policies and get them moved forward. So that's all I have to say as far as our policy subcommittee. As far as our legislative liaison, subcommittee positions, real fast, four things on the federal level. Last week, Department of Education ruled that it is unlawful when they issued the Dear Colleague letter and the FAQ threatening to remove federal funding from programs engaged in DEI. So last week, the U.S. District Court said that was unlawful. Number two, just 2 days ago, the Department of Education, which details that our federal work study dollars cannot be used to employ students for work if they are involved in partisan or nonpartisan activities, like if you are a poll worker or you participate in any voter registration. Number three, TRIO funds have been either discontinued or decreased. TRIO dollars provide money for our low-income first-generation disabled students. So just keep that in your back mind because I believe we do receive TRIO dollars. And number four, they cut our Pell Grants by $1,600. We don't get TRIO students. I'm sorry, we don't get TRIO
We
funding.
don't have a TRIO grant.
We don't have.
We do not have a TRIO grant.
Well, that's good to know, but it was still reduced and cut. Should those students transfer to an institution that does receive TRIO funding? And fourth, Pell Grants was cut by $1,600. On our state level, CCLC, California Community College League, three bills that they are keeping close attention to is the opposition to AB 90, which will cause a financial impact on all community colleges because it's basically saying that each campus will be required to have parking for students who are home displaced. And so CCLC is opposing that because of the impact, the financial impact on individual colleges. CCLC, but is supporting AB 1400. That will provide the probability of 15 community colleges to have a BA program for a nursing program to offer, a BA degree to offer in nursing. But as you all know, we currently have a governor who voted no against that, well, actually vetoed last year, but we're hoping that maybe he doesn't do it this year. And we are also opposing SB 226, which will allow the Board of Governors to transfer in part or whole college districts. And yes, there is a redistricting thing going on here in California that they are trying to put forth for a special election, November 4th of 2025. I'm bringing that up. No, it doesn't immediately kind of impact us, but if you look at the map, is an area kind of further north of Santa Barbara County over to the right, which is kind of purplish, could turn blue if that happens. So that's the end of my legislative report.
Thank you. Anyone else have a report? Trustee
Talk
Bonametti.
about my experience. Yeah, last week I attended the Community College League California CCLC Student Trustee Workshop, which brought together student trustees from across the state to strengthen our understanding of governance. Just a couple of things that I learned: governance and roles, legal and ethical responsibilities with an emphasis on my role. Brown Act and policy, just focused on transparency, public meeting laws, and navigating agendas. Budget and finance, which was just focusing on the district and state budget structures, fiscal challenges, and linking finances to our student success. And I also had the pleasure of connecting with our board president. So it was really fun.
Trustee Stoddard.
I just want to thank both you and Erica for the really effective trustee retreat we had on Monday. Thank you both.
Thank you. Anything else? Right. Yeah, it's been a busy season, busy month at City College for the board, for sure. Next is 10.2, appointment of labor negotiator for the Board of Trustees. And it's requested that you appoint me as your labor negotiator with superintendent president negotiations.
Well, I move
And I
that
have-
we appoint you.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Yeah, and I've done this the last 2 years, so I'll keep it one more. And if you're voting yes, vote yes. Yes. You're voting no, abstaining. Great. Next is 10.3, first reading. There's all first readings, annual organization meeting. Any comments on this one? Trustee Croninger.
Wait a minute. Yeah, this is the one we talked about.
Yes.
So, I'm thinking it needs a little more work to be sure that we're clear on where the information comes from and how it works. It also means we would need to change our scheduled organization meeting for this year, right?
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I was wrong in having read it the old way
Yeah.
when we picked December 11th.
Yeah. So what it's recommended here is that we send it to BPAP. And I'm thinking maybe it doesn't ready for BPAP until we're clear on this. Or
Maybe. I mean, I don't think it needs to come back to the board before going through the process. And the way I read the law, and I think it would be great to have our legal look at it, is it's both for community colleges, it's for all years. It's the second Friday, 15 days afterwards. I didn't see anything different in the law besides, because in the school board part of the law, it differentiates between election years and non-election years. But in the, I didn't know about 72,000. And when I looked it up from this, and it said all years. It's
all years. There's no distinction.
No, but
between-
for K-12 there is.
Yeah.
And that's what we were looking at last year and why I made the mistake.
So that sentence there about in years when trustees are elected, it's every time, every year is the
Every
same. Under the 72,000 C2A.
But I'm not a lawyer, so we'll confirm that with someone who has a degree. So, okay. Trustee Gallimore.
So just to make sure I'm reading this correctly, and after hearing trustee Croninger, whenever there is an elected trustee 15 in the month of December, 15 days after the second Friday, we have to have our board meeting.
Yeah, well, that's what it says.
That's what it
but
says.
in reality, it's maybe all years instead of different times for different years.
Yeah, every year.
Yeah, not just election years. But let's look into this more.
Okay, not a problem.
Okay, next one. 10.4 claims against the district. It's a simple change. I had one question on this one, which is, I know we have talked before about increasing the authority level for our superintendent to approve and deny claims. Would that just be somewhere else or done in a different way than this?
I believe that would be in the AP.
Okay. All right, any comments on this one? Next, graduation requirements for degrees and certificates. These seem like minor changes. And then last is financial aid. First reading,
Well, it's going to be BPAP.
it's going to BPAP, but yeah, pretty minor change as well, legal. All right, that's our policies. We'll move on to section 11, reports and information. We already did 11.1. Next is 11.2, receipt of the SPCC Faculty Association contract proposal, and we heard about it in the FA report. And then next is the disclosure of the Santa Barbara Community College District's initial collective bargaining proposal to the Faculty Association. So we are in negotiations right now. Next, employee out-of-state travel. There's just one, October 14th through 18th. International travel as well to Denmark, Sweden, and the Netherlands. And then large-scale events on campus is there for your viewing.
Next, we're going to go to the consent agenda, and we do have 4 requests to speak on the consent agenda on items 13.3, 13.4, 15.1, and 15.3. And I'm going to suggest we take each one of these. It's the same person, but we're going to take all 4 public comments first and then do our thing with the approval of the consent agenda. So we can start with 13.3 for Anna's statement.
Hello, Anna again. First, I want to reiterate that nobody is putting me up to making these comments. I am making them as a concerned community member who is worried about the state of workplace culture at SBCC. I do it knowing the massive risk it is, and after suffering consequences for my advocacy because my desire for justice is more important than keeping my job. Board members, your comments about not believing us is exactly why we do not come forward. What would be the point when you just made it clear you don't believe us? Thank you, Dr. Gallup-Moore. It is not lost on me that you are the only person who people are coming to and who believes us. Black women always know. To my colleagues who are watching and listening, please heed President Aboud's suggestion to bring your lawsuits. It sounds like there are no plans to work with us collegially to address the issues that we are naming and facing. As for this item, it is the 3rd time that it has been brought forward to this board due to alleged, quote, errors in process and documentation. The repeated cycle is not a small oversight. It demonstrates a pattern in how HR actions are being mishandled. This pattern erodes trust and raises serious equity and compliance concerns. The attached MOU confirms that this reclassification was taken outside of the normal process under Article 16 in the ALA MOU. While the MOU attempts to frame this as a non-precedent setting agreement, the fact remains that bypassing agreed upon procedures undermines the integrity of our collective bargaining agreements and sets the stage for inequitable application of rules. When a position has to be reintroduced multiple times because of errors or irregularities, it is not simply a clerical issue. It validates the concerns I have raised over the last several months that HR and administrators are repeatedly disregarding established processes and applying rules inconsistently. That is lawlessness in progress. I urge the board not to just rubber stamp these items, but to ask, why are there so many of these errors that continue to happen? This is a matter of governance and accountability. If we allow exceptions to become the norm, we put both employees and students at risk, and we signal that the processes and equity only matter when convenient to the institution.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to do your comment for 13.4?
Sure. 13.4, the SBCC EOPS homepage notes that the EOPS substitute listed in this HR action document, quote, advises students with last name P through Z, Next Up, CalWorks, Guardian Scholars, and Spark students. This means that the substitute EOPS program advisor is being tasked with what seems to be a majority of the scope of responsibilities that were noted in the Next Step CalWorks coordinator position that was brought forward for your consideration earlier this summer. You may recall that this position was pulled at a prior meeting due to serious concerns about workload and process. This continues to raise these massive red flags. When these roles were split between 2 people who have now been pushed out of EOPS, it was challenging to meet the demands of these roles. These programs serve high-need, high-touch populations who require consistent, dedicated support. Assigning all of these responsibilities to a single substitute sets up both the employee and the students they serve for failure. I understand the need for a temporary solution, but is the intention to keep one SPA position vacant in EOPS and hire a permanent SPA that will ultimately end up with this as their workload? They are currently searching for an EOPS advisor that was just posted. It also is important to note that there have been prior instances in the last 2 to 3 years within EOPS where substitutes were placed into positions they would not qualify for when those positions were opened as full-time permanent roles. I hope this does not become another one of those situations. Not only is it devastating for the individuals who step forward to fill in these gaps in good faith and to serve students, but it also creates long-term instability and in services for students. More broadly, the way that HR and administrators are bringing positions forward with apparently limited oversight and questionable adherence to established policies and regulations should deeply concern this board. Processes are being selectively applied. They are fast-tracked for those favored by management, yet rigidly enforced and weaponized against employees who demonstrate independence and who assert their rights. This inequity undermines trust, creates instability, and leaves students vulnerable. Again, I urge the board not to overlook the damage being done by the lack of accountability and disregard for proper procedure in HR and management decisions. I know you are not supposed to meddle in the operations, but at what point does the lack of adherence to policy rise to a level where you must intervene? And again, to my colleagues, bring those lawsuits.
Okay, 15.1.
Me again. Just here to express strong support for approving this Umoja memo. This agreement, which is effective which is effective through June 30th of 2027, lays out clear commitments to implement, support, and sustain an Umoja program that promotes retention, academic success, holistic development of African American and other historically underrepresented students. The MOU outlines essential components included with a one FTE coordinator. Umoja designated counseling support, priority registration for Umoja students, annual strategic planning and reporting, and the establishment of a sacred and student-centered Umoja village space on our campus. These are not symbolic commitments. They are measurable actions that align directly with the board's stated goals of equity and inclusion and student success. I want to highlight the strengths of this agreement. And overall, I think this MOU is a vital step in fulfilling both our legal obligations under state law and our moral responsibility to students who have been historically underserved. I hope that you will approve this agreement.
Right, 15.3.
And don't worry, I'm as done with my public comments as are you. I'm also just voicing strong support for this food bank MOU. The CalFresh program is critical to our students and helping them secure food, which is necessary to survive. You cannot be a good student if you're struggling to meet your basic needs, if you don't have a safe place to rest your head, and if you don't have food to nourish you and give your body the fuel that it needs to learn. This MOU is critical because by leveraging the food bank's training, technology, and policy updates, SBCC staff will be better equipped to help students complete applications, respond to inquiries within 3 business days, and ensure services are delivered in students' preferred languages. I also appreciate the clear confidentiality safeguards that are built into this agreement. Overall, this is a strong and much needed partnership that will continue to bring federal nutrition resources into our local community while reducing food insecurity for our students. I hope the board will approve this MOU and continue monitoring its implementation for alignment with SBCC policies and student protections.
Okay, thank you. So for the development of the consent agenda, does anybody have anything they want to pull from the agenda? Trustee Croninger?
The ones I want to pull have to do with the blanket purchase orders, and I can give you the numbers if you want, or we can.
Yeah, we need the numbers.
That would be 7, they're all 17s. It's 0.19, 0.22, 0.23 through 27, 0.28, 0.29, and 0.31.
Sorry, so 19, 22, 23, 20.
23 through 27.
Okay.
28, 29, 31. actually, 23 through 31, I guess.
Okay, 22 to 31. All right, anyone else pulling something off consent? All right, do we have a motion to approve?
Oh, wait a minute, and 17.6, I have a question about 17.6, which I forgot to air earlier. It reoccurred to me when I saw it
Okay,
again.
so we have 17.6 and 17.19 through 31, it seems, because you said 17.19 through 22? Or not 20 and
Yeah,
21?
Skip 21,
Okay,
20 and 21.
okay, so 17.9, 17.22 through 31.
Yeah.
All right, do we have a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any other discussion on the rest of the consent agenda? Trustee Gillett-Moore?
Did trustee Croninger say 17.30 as well?
Yeah,
Okay.
great. All right, so if we're voting yes on the consent agenda, vote yes.
Yes.
If you're voting no, abstaining. All right, what's the question on 17.6?
Okay, 17.6, my question is, I am now remembering, student insurance. We had a discussion, I think it was even a couple of years ago, about the language in the description that we don't have here, which was capable of being interpreted in two ways. Either the students, athletic students got less coverage or they got more coverage. And Brian thought that they got more coverage, but later when we looked into it, they get less coverage. There is less coverage for student athletes. So my question is, and I think that they were going to look into the difference in cost to bring student athlete coverage up to everyone else. Have we been able to do that?
I have no
I know, I
idea.
didn't
This
ask you
is-
because it just.
There's no
hit
way,
me.
there is no way for us to answer that question.
Okay. Could we try again to figure it out? Because it does seem unfair to give our athletes less coverage.
I don't recall the original conversation.
weren't
and,
here.
and so I have no context to answer
Yeah.
that one way or another. So if you're suggesting that this has to be pulled and wait till next month, we certainly can do that. I assume we can, even though we do
I
have
don't know what
athletic
the timing
started.
there.
But I have absolutely no way to answer your question.
I appreciate that. I'd just like to see us make that effort to see what it costs to give our athletes equal coverage, or maybe we've already done it and I don't know it.
Okay. Trustee Gillett-Moore, I think had her hand up.
Would not voting for this hold up their insurance coverage?
Yes.
So, okay.
I'm looking at my vice president over there and he's saying
I don't want
yes.
to, as a member of the healthcare industry, I do not want to hold up anyone's healthcare coverage. But if there's some form of inequity as far as access to healthcare, a student athlete versus a non-student athlete, I'm all for looking into that, but I don't believe we need to hold this up.
Just to be clear, this is just for student athletes. It's not that we offer health insurance to students. This is for student athletics because we have students practicing.
Well, what? Okay.
We have a student health center. Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is because we have athletes who are competing, they're in games and they're in travel and they're doing all this. So this is about a particular group of students who we have that responsibility for.
No, it just sounded like from Trustee Croninger that the athletes, our athletic students' insurance coverage was less than the insurance coverage for non-athletic students.
That's correct, but I'm now looking at the content of our description, and this is probably why I missed it. The content of the description of what we're buying from Arbiter Pay is not student insurance, I think.
No, 17.6 is student insurance. Arbiter Pay is how we pay referees.
Yeah. Why am I getting, oh, there it is. I'm on the wrong one. I'm sorry, but it's still the issue. student insurance to renew SBCC student health insurance policy. And under that policy, which we saw at an earlier point, the language was ambiguous about whether student athletes got more or less coverage, and they determined later it was less coverage.
I think, if I may, we can look into the levels of coverage for students and come back with that information. This one is specifically, if you look at the content of the quote, it's accident insurance for students,
For the-
right? So it's different from the insurance that we already have that covers all students while they're on campus conducting all of their regular activities. And if an athlete were not acting in a sport capacity and got injured on campus, that would be covered by the other insurance. So this one we need for athletes during competition and practice in case of accidents in that case.
You've just confused me more. 17.6, public content description says Student Health Services is requesting approval of a purchase order issued to student insurance to renew SBCC student health insurance policy. And we have a policy for all students, and we have a policy, and athletic students were broken out under that.
It may be the way it
needs
was
to be
written
called
is, it may be the way it was written is confusing, but if you open the attachment, you'll see that it's accident insurance specifically.
Yeah. It's insurance if someone gets hit in a game. All right. Can we go to the next one?
Yeah, I
Seven-
see the invoice, but it's still the same question. Is this more or less than other?
We'll look
students get?
into it. All right, 17.19.
Hang on.
Trustee Morris.
If it's student athlete accident insurance, such insurance isn't necessary for regular students, non-athlete.
No.
So I'm not sure how you compare it.
I don't know if we need more discussion on
Yeah, I
this
think
one.
we
I think we've got we'll get the new information.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
let's go to the 17.19.
All right.
Okay, where are we? 17, 19?
Yes.
And the rest of them? Okay, we're back to the blanket purchase order thing. And the first one is this arbiter pay. How did we do this before without a blanket one? Didn't we just have a contract with arbiter pay, which would require, I think, bidding, competitive bidding at that?
No,
price?
arbiter pay is the way that the 3C2A assigns and pays referees for all of our athletics. It's not a competitive bid. It is the service that's how we have referees. There's nothing
Okay.
competitive about it. It is the statewide
I'm just thinking
system.
of the public code,
It's the statewide system. It
Okay.
and it has been utilized for I don't even know how long, but that's how referees get paid.
okay. But we didn't use blanket purchase orders, I'm sure of that.
Well,
Yeah, but the blanket purchase order might be a new concept to this district. It is a concept that's used statewide very regularly. It's general authorizations to pay for individual charges which themselves fall below the threshold of board approval, but added together over the course of the academic year, rise above the level. And so that's why you bring it as a blanket purchase order to allow for multiple charges which individually are below, but in total are in excess of the.
So it's more transparent in a way to do it this way.
Yes.
yes.
There may have been charges which were not previously brought as blanket purchase orders that you would not have known about, which we're going to start bringing as blanket purchase.
Okay, so now more people can know all these things. So it's actually a good thing.
Yes.
Okay, so I get that description, but that is a good segue to the 17.23 through 27, which are all with the same vendor
Correct.
for transport.
Correct.
And it seems to me that's a situation where you add them all up. You don't split them all up in order to be below the competitive bidding.
But that's not why they were split up. The athletics department tracks spending, including transportation by sport. And so again, with a account string, each one has a different code for the sports that are used. And so they asked to have those on there separately so that they could track spending by sport.
I don't have any problem with any of that, but my concern is that we would be approving this over the amounts that the, what I think are the amounts that are required by competitive bidding under public contract code.
Not for transportation. We've used Pegasus Transit here for many years.
Many years.
Yeah.
And it's important to track it by sport because that is one of our Title IX compliance
Track it a little
requirements.
bit however we want my concern is that it sounds like we're over the, these are non-construction services, and they exceed the threshold where you need competitive bidding.
This is exactly what we've had on the budget, on the
Doing
board
it wrong
agenda for,
before is not an excuse to do it wrong every time.
okay, I
Yeah,
I
that's my
respectfully
question.
disagree, but I think the vice president has explained it and
To my knowledge, competitive bidding is not required for this service.
Say that again?
To my knowledge, competitive bidding is not required for us to select this service
Because what?
because it's not required.
because
I
it's
don't know.
transportation, it's not it's not.
It's a service. That's a service, isn't it?
The state public contracting code is pretty specific on what needs to be bid and not bid.
Yeah, and
So if
it
they don't
has to
feel
be
it,
bid.
I'm happy to bring back references at a future meeting.
Yeah, we can look it up. if
okay,
you're-
look
if
it
you're
up. I would be
but
concerned and
We have
and
done this for,
what I would
many
rather
years.
see, and there's a reason here too, is one contract with Pegasus, if competitive bid or not, whatever is appropriate. And that contract covers things like the things that I mentioned, which were insurance that they have to keep, the amount of the insurance that they have to have for this job, the scope of the indemnities, their licensure requirements for the drivers, and the background checks on the drivers, so that we are comfortable that these are people that we were comfortable can transport our students.
I'm happy to look at past agreements that were brought to the board. And I know that blanket purchase orders are sort of a new type of purchasing for the board. So whichever the method that the board prefers for these types of purchases to come forward, I'm happy to do that in the future. I think for this one, if we could approve at this meeting, since games will be starting next week.
Trustee Gilmore.
I remember the whole Pegasus bus transportation item on our agendas several times, each time around this time of year. Because I even said to myself, I wish somebody would just buy a bus for us so we could stop giving them this money. And I've never heard these concerns before. So I'm also in favor of moving this forward. I don't want to hold up our athletes from having the transportation to get to where they have to go so they could come back with some championships.
I will say that we are exploring, to your question, we are exploring the purchase or lease of smaller vans for smaller teams to save money, but we're still in the process of exploring that option.
Yeah, well, those are my concerns, that we have that kind of contract with one contract, you can track it. There can be all the listing of the different kinds of vehicles and the different kinds of sports and however you want to do that. I have to say again that if we've done it wrong in the past, there's no reason not to correct it as we move forward. And I'm willing to move forward in the future because I know you want to start the transportation.
well, we'll take
I would
your,
like us to really look at that.
we'll take your suggestions under advisement because this is, we have to be consistent in how we do contracting. So we can look at the issues that you raised and see if it would be appropriate for us to delve as deeply into the information as you've asked, because there is a question as to whether or not those are appropriate and in terms of getting into the little fine details, but
The-
we'll look into it.
What are we talking about in terms of fine detail?
Well, I think you were asking about licensure and about a lot of things that it may not be appropriate for us to be determining that because we're contracting. But again, we'll look into it because you've asked us to. We will.
Great.
Well, I appreciate that, but I think these are appropriate things. If I saw a contract in front of us, I would look for those things.
Okay.
And frankly, what came to my mind, and it's a different situation, was what happened in Chowchilla.
Okay, well, let's move it along. I think we got this one, the concerns raised, and they will be looked into and some questions answered. So Trustee Croninger, do you have more, these other ones, 29 and 30 and 31?
It's all the same.
Okay, but these are like a different groups.
I
It
know.
was just the blanket idea. Okay,
But I'm raising Pegasus or whoever they are, Pegasus Transport as a separate.
as a separate issue. Okay. Do you have a motion to approve 17.6, 17.19, and 17.22 through 31?
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, if you're voting yes, vote yes.
Yes.
Yes. If you're voting no, abstaining. All right, we're gonna go back into closed session and for one item on evaluation of superintendent president, and we'll be back when we're back. Thank you, everybody.